Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre for Riga Cup 2022. This is the third event on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. And we've seen the pairs compete and the women, and up next will be the men. 28 different entrants from 22 different skating nations. So join us shortly for the men's short programme. Welcome back to Riga, one of the oldest medieval cities in Europe. Listed by UNESCO as one of the world's most important cultural and natural sites. It's an amazing location for the Riga Cup 2022, the third event on the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix Series. We have enjoyed both the pairs short programme and the women's short programme, and now we look ahead to the men's competition with 28 different entrants from 22 different skating nations, as you see now just outside the Volvo Sports Centre. And now you join us in the venue. I'm Mark Henretti. I've been in the venue, but joined 8,000 kilometres away by the wonderful Ted Barton, who's covering remotely the event as well.
Thank you, Mark. It's quite remarkable to be here talking to you. The daylight's just coming up here in Vancouver, which I'm thrilled about because I feel more awake. And you, of course, there in Riga. I've been there to Riga many times. I've walked in the old city. It's just a beautiful location. And we thank the Latvian Skating Association and all the volunteers in that facility. We've known them over the years as we visited that building for Junior Grand Prix. We thank them for all their contributions to making this Junior Grand Prix work out. And Mark, happy to have you on site and traveling around Europe on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. It's great to have another colleague doing so.
Yeah, no, it's just a joy to be here and see ultimately what we can look forward to seeing on the senior stage as well. And ideally, I'm sure many of these athletes, as we've said on the other two events, will have their long-term athlete development plans to include competing at an Olympic Games. I'm sure it's the dream of so many athletes and so many skaters, and that will be one that is shared by, I'm sure, probably all 28 of the men who will compete here in the Riga Cup.
So, Mark, I have a question for you, coming from me.
No, we're swapping. You're the quizzer, yeah. And I'm the...
Oh, yeah. No, I just thought that, now you've, of course, done senior competitions, done a great job on the senior circuit, of course. This is your first time on the junior circuit. This is week number 3. And you see such a variety of skill level and whatnot. I mean, what are your thoughts in the differences between covering, as a commentator, the seniors and covering the juniors? What is it that you didn't know about covering the juniors that you have discovered since doing so?
That's a really good question, and I do think that the appreciation level for the skaters is heightened. When I've done the senior events, or say like a Europeans or a World Championships, and then there are minimum technical element scores that dictate that there's a certain caliber, you can become quite easily complacent. And it's been such a long time since I competed myself and trained that then covering lots of events, you can, like I say, just become a little bit complacent to quality, and then you judge much more what is done on the day rather than appreciate what has been done to get to the event itself. And so if I've been doing a senior Grand Prix and somebody has a bad skate, we reference the bad skate. Whereas the Junior Grand Prix helps me appreciate that may be a bad score, but that may be a wonderful experience in this young human's life, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, well said. That's exactly what I feel as well, and I think that many of the viewers that do follow the Junior Grand Prix, let's face it, there's a lot of 7 competitions in a row, and a lot of skaters, and you're seeing skaters from all over the world, 3 different continents, 4 different continents, in fact, Africa, Europe, North America, and South America. And, it's pretty amazing to see the journey that these skaters are on and be able to witness it. And if you don't see the joy in that, that's what I find interesting. A lot of people can't see the joy in a skater's great skate at a low level or a struggled skate at a high level, right? It's just all changing. And we get to watch that, root for them, cheer for them, and support them.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you mentioned the joy, because I kind of think that with most of these athletes, if not all of them, dependent upon the pairs in the dance, being teenagers, it's a tricky time in anybody's life being a teenager, coming to terms with hormonal changes and body changes and the stress of finding your way in the world. And yet, despite the challenges that they're all facing just in coping with life, there is a lot of joy in and around the venue. And I think what's been lovely today to see, I've been really struck today in particular, perhaps more than the first two events, is the way in which skaters have conducted themselves with incredible maturity. And that's been a real joy and pleasure to see. Indeed, actually, I've perhaps seen some more maturity than some of the senior events.
Okay, I won't ask you which ones and who, but yeah. No, it's a thrill for these young skaters to meet each other, different skaters from around the world, and it's a great training ground for the juniors and for the seniors, really, in many ways, because most of these skaters will become seniors at some point, and it's just fun to cover. And I really salute the ISU for having taken this on back in many years ago, I think 2011. In fact, we were covering since 2014, but I think it was brilliant on their part to do so, and thrilled to be part of it.
Absolutely, and I think one of the other things that I'm struck with is seeing some of the world's most elite coaches here, which is exciting and fun to see and fun to chat with them, but also to see coaches that are potentially those that are creating and developing the stars that we see at the Olympic Games, but don't always get the recognition because often it's a finishing coach or a training hub that then an athlete will move to at the end of their career. And it's lovely to see the developmental coaches getting their chance to be recognized as the creators of so many stars.
Yeah, we should, and we will talk about that over the next number of weeks in the Junior Grand Prix. The coaching profession, what it's like, what's a challenge with it, what's a thrill with it. Those coaches that are brilliant at starting the skater, and those coaches that are brilliant partway through their career, and those coaches that are brilliant at finishing a skater. And they're different. They're not all the same coaches, that's for sure.
And interesting, in my discussion with some of the coaches that are of my competitive generation, just acknowledging that it's thrilling and exciting to see your student compete, but also it's a huge challenge for the coaches, and many of them take that at a huge financial and personal sacrifice to support their students, and maybe we don't always get to acknowledge and respect what the coaches do for the skaters.
Yeah, not maybe. We don't. And we'll talk more, about that over the next number of weeks. But first up, the men's short program, 28 entries. There'll be 5 groups and 2 ice resurfacing. And our first skater comes from Ukraine, 18-year-old Kyrylo Marsak, first Junior Grand Prix season, 33rd at the Junior World Championships of the past season.
Loads of respect for Kyrylo skating here, and he will perform to Runaway by the Overtones. Sorry.
Well, nice job by 18-year-old Kyrylo Marsak from Ukraine. Terrific lift off the ice on takeoffs, the jump, strong, deep knee bend. Really wonderful jumper.
Good way to celebrate his 18th birthday yesterday, and I have to say, Ted, I read that Kyrylo was forced to leave Kiev in March and then moved to Torino in Poland, and then he came to Riga to train, and finally now in Finland training. So he has a GoFundMe on his Instagram to support his training, given the challenges that he's faced lately, and given all that he must have endured over the past few months. Total respect then to a performance that had such an amazing triple axel to start.
Yeah, what a great way to start this event. As he wound up for that, I was looking at the list, said, oh, triple axel, boom, there it was, and it was a beauty as well. We'll take a look at that in just a second as he wears his flag of his home country. Our hearts go out to Ukraine and all that they are experiencing and going through at this time in their lives, and those athletes and artists that survive and had to move out and find a way to continue their careers and their lives.
Absolutely, and we've spoken about the adversity that some athletes have in regards to the amount of training time that they can get, but having to relocate as often as Kyrylo has is quite incredible. And I'm sure he would want us to extend his gratitude to those that have helped support his training at this stage.
We thank everyone who's trying to help anyone in this really difficult situation, and we hope for the best in the future as the world hopefully settles down at some point. And short program scores for Kyrylo Marsak from Ukraine: 58.94. You don't see the graphic there, but the score is in at 58.94, and Kyrylo is the first skater out in this competition. Then Korabelnik from Lithuania, 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season.
Daniel skates to El Mariachi.
Well, nice job by 15-year-old Daniel Korabelnik from Lithuania. Looking at the amount of training time, I'm sort of fascinated by that now because we have such a disparity across the field. 16 hours a week in Vilnius and Bratislava for both the off-season and on-season. And although that is significantly more than some of the 6 or 7 hours a week, it's still not as much as some of the skaters training in North America or around the world. And very nice job with that.
Absolutely, and we've talked about the development of the athletes and how this performance relates to their trajectory. And having seen Daniel in training this morning, he may have played it a little safer by staying up in the jumps with less rotation, but to me that was a good solid skate for Daniel, and I was particularly impressed choreographically. The boys, as a vast generalization, maybe don't commit wholly to thematic ideas, but the flamenco matador-esque approach that he went for was visible throughout, with choreography reflecting that musical phrase. So kudos to he and the team behind that. I wouldn't say, Ted, that maybe in terms of the presentation, the expressiveness was as visible. He wasn't particularly projecting that, but choreographically the structure of the movement definitely had flamenco style movement within it.
Well, you know, he's young. I remember being this young, although that's pretty hard for an old guy. But, you know, I remember how shy I was to express myself. No matter, even if I had expressive music, my brain's going, you want to, but don't.
Yeah.
And you want to, but don't. You got to focus on the jump. And so you make yourself excuses. And also, it's just part of a developmental process. And all it is, you cannot learn all things at one time. It takes time to investigate and discover all aspects of this sport. Let's take a look at the short program scores here. You won't see the graphic, but it's 38.01 for Danielle from Lithuania. Nice job here in week number 3. Next to skate, representing Chinese Taipei, Yu-Hsiang Li. Well, 15-year-old Yu-Hsiang Li from Chinese Taipei, second junior Grand Prix season, 60.90 at the Baltic Cup last year, 2021. So I had a good score there. Looking to top that right now. Well, great energy throughout that program for Yu-Hsiang Li from Taipei.
I thought
feeling
such originality, Ted. Like some really original movement. It was unique. It was different, and not taking a kind of conventional program structure. It's impressive to see on a junior Grand Prix when skaters are willing to try something a little bit original.
Well, I like the music was open and free and positive, and so was he in the skating. And I love the freedom of his movement. And although there's lots of refinement yet still to be done, there was an equality of what he was trying to do with the music and jumping as well. And the freedom in the jumping, it didn't all work out perfectly, but a good fighter. Triple left, triple toe is under review, of course. The triple loop is under rotated. Yeah, there's some small challenges in there, but also some bright lights as well. Just to ask a question, I guess we're not getting replays, Mark?
Yep, so we're currently just trying to bring back the replays and bring back the scoring system in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And many of you had been asking about that during the event in Ostrava, so hopefully that'll return and you'll be able to see, based on the colour of the boxes, whether or not the skaters had a positive grade of execution on the elements or a negative one. And just whilst we wait for that, we can just relay to you that negative grade of execution for Yu-Hsiang on the triple loop and the jump combination and a little bit on the step sequence as well. So 3 of those elements coming in at a minus grade of execution, which is the reason that the score that you're likely to see won't be near what he scored at the Baltic Cup last year, where his personal best was 60.9.
You must be getting tired, Mark. I don't see replays. I don't see graphics. What are you doing there?
I know.
You're all the way there. You said you're all the way there, and
well, let's remember, I made it perfectly clear that my technical capabilities were vastly reduced to yours.
Look, I have to take these final shots because I go on to the Junior Grand Prix, I guess, in about a week and a half or so, and so
take me down while you can.
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, but great work and a lot of technology working this together. I really admire our crew from Italy and from all of our cameramen and guys back in Milan. And but technology is funny. It's just beautiful when it works, and it's always a bit of a challenge from here now. But I'm 8,000 kilometers away, and it seems to be no problem. Right? So,
well, here in Riga, Ted, and those watching, rest assured that there are lots of people running around right now frantically trying to make sure that we deliver to you the very best live stream of this competition. So there's a lot happening around me while I sit here with a headphone on and headset on. Yeah,
it's true, Mark. And people watch this, and then when they don't get maybe the standard, they get a little upset. But not knowing how complicated and how brilliant the work is by so many people to deliver this. It's not. It's not like you're back home and your main television network gives you the feed and everything's all done and it's no problem. This is live streaming in smaller rinks that don't have the best internet from time to time, challenging situations. So we certainly appreciate all the work being done by all the people here to bring this to you worldwide. Let's take a look at the scores for you. The 51.71. Again, you won't see the graphics. They're working on that. The score for the short program is 51.71. And that'll put him currently into second place. All the way from Australia, Julio Potapenko, 16 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season.
And Julio, another skater fresh off competition at the Sea Open Figure Skating Trophy, and he'll perform to the Sherlock Holmes soundtrack by Hans Zimmer.
From Australia, Julio Potapenko, 16 years old, here in Riga, first Junior Grand Prix event. Very precise skater, taking his time, thinking his way through the program. Great knee action on the takeoffs, the jumps, good lift off the ice. Some work to do on the detailed hands and the arms, and that'll come in time, as we've mentioned. But a good first outing on the Junior Grand Prix for this young man.
Yeah, having known that he's just competed at the Sea Open Figure Skating Trophy in Singapore before coming here, just shows you the commitment from athletes all over the globe, traveling first from Australia to Singapore and then from Singapore here to Riga and Latvia. The commitment to representing his nation on the figure skating world stage is huge. And interestingly, I understand Brendan Kerry, the long-standing Australian senior men's champion, is retired after the Olympic season, so I'm sure Julio looking forward to taking over the mantle as one of Australia's leading male skaters.
Yeah, it's been interesting because Australia has really done a good job over the years. It's not, skating is not a number one sport in that country. Rugby obviously being it, and then I think Australian rules football and all the other sports down under. And so it's a bit of a struggle for skating, but the Australian Skating Association, the coaches, so dedicated there, and they've had skaters. I think in Pyeongchang they had a para team, they had singles skaters. They've done really well with the limited resources, and you see a new generation of Australian skaters coming up now as well.
And obviously the commitment for them to get here is massive, given the logistical, geographical challenges.
Can't imagine. I'm complaining about the long flights from the west coast of Canada versus down under. So, yeah, a real, salute to them and their commitment to get their skaters around the world to gain experience. So the scores for the short program: 47.22 for Julio, and that will put him currently into third place. Well, our next competitor comes from Germany, Arthur May, 17 years old, born in Potsdam. This is his very first Junior Grand Prix season end event.
Arthur skates to The Question of You by Prince.
Wow. With this young man, Arthur May from Germany, what a great step sequence. Level 4, that's the first and only level 4 step sequence we've seen today. Risky and full of movement and innovation, but unfortunately some challenges with the technical elements, particularly on the jumps.
Absolutely. To get a level 4 step sequence is such a major coup, and not only to have achieved it technically, but the grade of execution from the judges is positive too. So that's something that few, if many others, will achieve of the 28 competing. But obviously, unfortunately, that doesn't carry enough weight on the technical element score to keep him in contention for a result that he'll be satisfied with, or a result that is reflective of his talent.
No, but I think that if you dig down deep, it's one of the things that skating people can do, go past the surface of the program where there are mistakes. Take a look at the skill level of the basic skating, the positions, the innovation, the confidence to reach up in that space that you were talking about for choreography. This young man has it. He's much better skater than what he performed here today because of the elements. But, you know, he's going to be disappointed with the scores, but he's much better than the scores will represent.
Absolutely. And it's like we said, the judges can't reward potential. They just have to judge what happens and what materializes. Whereas, fortunately, you and I, Ted, could recognize potential. They were lucky.
That's our job. Yeah, that's our job, to see the good in the skaters. And but this young man's a good athlete, no question of that. But you know, once he lost his balance off the opening, I don't know if you caught that, Mark. He was going backwards and he pulled back. He almost fell. Then he went into the loop and he wasn't settled for the takeoff. Fell on the Lutz, and all of a sudden in his mind, hey, this is not going well. And so it was a little unstable all the way through. But the step sequence, really outstanding.
Yeah, and as you say, that opening wobble, indicative of the pressure and the jelly legs feeling, and that's something that, oh gosh, I remember.
Jelly legs, that's what I skated with all my life. So, not just in one case. Let's take a look at the scores for Arthur May from Germany, 43.29. As we get our graphics back, that'll put Arthur currently into 4th place. There's a look at your leaderboard. Top 5 skaters so far. Group number 2 standing by to take the ice for their warm-up. Pretty upset with that. Not with the scores, but with his opportunity that has been missed. But he'll turn that around and fight back in the free program. I'm sure we'll see a much stronger Arthur May in the free program.
We move now to the next 5 men competing in the Riga Cup Junior Men's short program. And yet again, Ted, we have questions.
Mr. Question. Let's go. If I don't like it, I pass the ball.
Okay, you just rebuff it and pass it back my way. Either way, one of us will get back to you. So please send more questions in. You can find us on the International Skating Union social media feeds and on the YouTube channel. And on Instagram, Leah Sandel has said that she has I have a competition too this weekend. What is something I should think of when competing?
Well, I read that actually a little earlier in the broadcast, and my thought was that, well, I actually don't think of much here. So your body needs to go on automatic pilot. Be prepared mentally. Don't get distracted by anything around the rink or anything that happens during that day. Just stay calm. Get to the rink. It's like any other rink that you're in. It's an ice surface, and go skate like you do every day. And if you can protect your mind to just deal with what's at hand on that day and actually enjoy the process, chances are you're going to do the best that you can do because you're not distracted. With skaters who get distracted by an odd mistake or people around that they didn't know before, or a near collision on a warm-up, and let external matters affect their mind. Now, it's easy to sit 8,000 kilometers away and say that, but it's another thing to do it. But all I can say is try to not think as much as you probably want to think.
What we're going to do, Ted, I'm just going to interject. I'm so sorry. What we're going to do is we're going to take a little 5-minute cut just to give us the chance to check in with these replays and just to reset the system a little bit. So we'll come back in 5 minutes and we'll follow back up with questions. But hopefully when we return, we'll be able to offer the skaters the replay as well. So join us back in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Latvia, Ratmirs Bekisbajevs.
Thank you for your patience as we try to guarantee we offer the very best live streaming coverage of the junior men's short program here at the Riga Cup 2022. And we start this second group with the 13-year-old Latvian Ratmirs Bekisbajevs.
Well, Mark, I think this is a great example of a young skater being given an opportunity to gain experience here at home in Riga It's difficult because you're skating in front of your friends and family, and this young skater is just really early on in the development stages, and certainly can do some of the elements, but had some challenges today in the short program.
Absolutely, and the opportunity to compete here is massive. And actually, I kind of think for Ratmir that the performance itself is not really the biggest aspect for him. It's being here all week and then having the shared training ice with those other competitors. That's where the opportunity presented itself. We can see that still developmentally there's still not consistency in maybe the triple jump attempts or the double axel. But being here in the week and seeing so many other competitors doing that, I'm sure his improvement rate after this week will be exponential.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't know it at the time. You're disappointed for what you have just felt, and you're not looking at the gain of that. Who would? I never did. I never did either. So we talk about that, like they should understand. Oh, that's okay. It's all learning. It is learning. It's true, but you never go out to do that and to learn. You go out to skate the best you can, and sometimes it doesn't work, and then it results in a learning opportunity. But it's always a challenge. You can see a little disappointed at this point.
And that's where you have to hope that the whole support network around this young human is really helping him to embrace the positives from the experience before he skates the free skate.
Exactly. Was 26.30 for Ratmirs from Latvia. That will put him currently into 6th place at this point in the competition. Sometimes the moments like that, he'll fight hard for the free program. I'm most certain. Well, also from Latvia and hometown Riga, right here, 15-year-old Kirills Korkacs. First Junior Grand Prix season. Well, a pretty good skate for Kirill from a jump perspective. Left some points on the table for spins a little bit, but I think skating in front of your friends and family, pressure-packed indeed. Overall, he'll be pretty happy with that.
Yes, and Kirill, born in Riga, he trains in Jelgava, just an hour or so away from here. And you can see just a couple of years more development than Ratmir, who also skated from Latvia just before him. And you can see that experience in Kirill. And he's competed, although not on the Junior Grand Prix, he's done a lot of internationals. And there are a couple of events that actually take place in this rink, the Volvo Open and the Kobada Cup. So he has had a little bit of exposure to what this event might feel like, unlike Ratmir, and certainly look more at home on this stage.
Yeah, that's a big advantage when just experience. Experience teaches you so much. Every time out, you get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more knowledgeable. We see that.
You just can't replicate it, can you, Ted? You cannot replicate that competitive experience with others.
And a coach only has words to use to teach, and parents only have words, and those words don't resonate or don't equal experience. They may be true words, and they're very accurate to the experience, but you only believe it once you've experienced it. That's just life, and that takes time.
Yeah, and there's nothing quite like that competition experience. And I know that it doesn't necessarily take a good skater to make a good coach, but certainly that's one thing that a good skater can relay to the student, is the experience of being at an event. That's one thing that you can't replicate in training, is trying to give that knowledge.
Well, quite often some of the top coaches are skaters who were good, but they weren't the top skaters because it was difficult for them, and they experienced everything negative that they could. So in gaining that experience, they know how to prepare the athlete a little bit better. Those skaters that are just naturally talented and didn't have to work maybe as hard or go through as many challenges, it's harder for them to relate sometimes to students. So, the harder the challenge for you as a skater, as you turn into a coach, the more information you'll have for your skaters coming up. Absolutely.
There's nothing quite as fascinating as seeing a coach take on a young student and seeing them being unable to comprehend why the student can't understand what they're trying to relay to them.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember in my coaching career, I would go, remember that. Yeah, oh yeah, remember that. Oh yeah, it was way worse than that. Right? So, when the students hear and you go, oh, okay, so not as bad as I thought it was. But really important.
And here we go. Scores are in.
So the scores for Kirill here in hometown in Riga, 48 points for the short program, and that will put him currently into third place. Well, our next skater we saw in week one at the Junior Grand Prix in Courchevel, Dhiyab Aldarmaki from the United Arab Emirates.
And the 16-year-old, full of performance value, skating to the merry-go-round of life.
Well, this young man's personal best score in the short program was 27.33 in Courchevel week 1, and I have to believe that this program will beat that score. Lots of freedom of movement. You can see really enjoys the music, enjoys the performance part, getting better on the technical part with the jumps. Nice double axe near the end of the program.
Absolutely, and when he competed in Courchevel in France, he didn't get a flying camel spin called, and here, much better, and indeed got the step sequence coming in at level 3, so progress has been made, and that's testament to what we've described as the learning opportunity that this kind of competition presents. And you can see Brian Orser just encouraging him there. His next student will take to the ice, but Brian is so vocal. I could hear the applause for Dhiyab from Brian ringside, and that real testament to the fact that that's a great coach willing to be supportive of all levels of athlete.
Yeah, Brian is very encouraging to all his athletes. There's Joey Russell, a great choreographer here in Canada, doing wonderful work, not only for Canadians, but works also at the cricket club with Tracy and Brian and a number of other super coaches there in Toronto, and great experience for this young man to be guided by some great coaches and skaters in their career. Joey was a Canadian World Team member as well, and does some beautiful work both in coaching and choreography.
And how fortunate for Dhiyab to have access to that caliber of coaching and choreographic staff. That's a real amazing opportunity for him. And for me, Ted, we've discussed about the Junior Grand Prix opportunity that it presents, but for me, it's so visible in just a short 2-week turnaround from the last event, what has been processed by Dhiyab and already able to showcase in this performance year.
Yeah, and he had an interesting story how he got to Toronto. I don't remember it because I'm old, but I think you probably do because you're young. But there was a story about how he got to Toronto, wasn't it?
Well, he was born in the UK and a fan of dancing on ice, and that was one of the reasons that helped him start his skating career. So
there you go. It's all because of you. Because dancing on ice.
Oh, poor
Here's
boy.
the score for Dhiyab Aldarmaki of the United Arab Emirates. Season's best, 33.81. Great job here today in this short program. He's currently in 7th place. Well, our next competitor comes from Canada, born in Oakville, Ontario, just a little bit south of Toronto. 14-year-old Grayson Long, first Junior Grand Prix season and event, child actor as well. Lots of personality and great coaching staff with Joey Russell and Brian Orser.
skating to the William Tell Overture, Grayson Long.
14-year-old Grayson Long from Canada had a tough start to the program, a really hard fall, looked a little shaken on that, but got back into the program, fought his way through, looked a lot more comfortable halfway through.
Absolutely, and for me, you have to excuse my ignorance, Ted, because I wasn't familiar with Joey Russell's work, but that choreography was fabulous and so wonderfully musical, particularly through that step sequence, and a real testament to the choreographer as well, and Grayson, who managed to interpret what was wanted so brilliantly.
Yeah, it's interesting because Grayson looked a little nervous when he went out in that first part of the program and looked a little indecisive on the timing of the takeoff. Took a really, he just put his arm up against his head, took a really hard fall. He didn't hit the ice with his head, so that's good. And got back in the program. You can see a big smile on his face. This young man has bags of personality and a bright future, and a lot of fun to work with, I'm sure, with Brian. But you could see him regain his confidence partway through and start to deliver some nice work. Yeah,
and when the jumping confidence comes, then he could really be an absolute star. His ability to interpret, and as you said, he said he's an actor. He works as an actor. Well, that was visible in his presentation for sure.
Yeah, and he I've watched him skate at the Next Gen camp this summer, and he does all the elements. I mean, not the triple axel yet or quads, but all the other triples are there for him. So that was a bit of an odd opening. That looked like he had never done a triple lutz, right? Yeah. It was just odd, but nice and good on him to pull the program back together.
And interestingly, I saw he's won a Taller Cranston Award and a Burnham Trophy for the most improved skater. So when you win that kind of recognition and skate in the kind of caliber rink that he does, that really is a good testament to the future potential of this young athlete.
Yeah, I know. It'll be really interesting to see. He's got now the first international experience under his belt, and how he now takes that and moves that into the free program. We'll see. Maybe a difference. He continues to joke about that odd fall, but
isn't that brilliant? Joking about it rather than lamenting it.
No, exactly. Just a smart young man, and we'll take a look at the short program scores. But experience gained here in the short program. His first time out on the Junior Grand Prix. 55.08, a pretty good score. He's second so far in the competition with that hard fall, but there's a good indication the choreography was good, the spins were good. They were level 4 spins, so made up the points in other areas. Our next competitor comes from Turkey, Ali Efe Gunes, 17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 28th at the Junior World Championships, ranked second in Junior Nationals. Okay, Mark, I have a question for you.
Okay.
How did this young man get through that jump combination?
Well,
I don't know.
That's a good one.
I don't know if we have replays. Do we not?
I don't think the replays. It's still working on that with the team. But yeah, that jump technique was a little sketchy on the opening loose toe, but job done.
Oh, well, he's like a cat. Like, he made sure that the feet got down onto the ice and he pulled himself up. That's just great sense of where he is in the air and making the correction as he had to in order to survive the jump combination and get it in there. And it's in there at 10.10 value, base value. He saved 10 points in there.
Yeah.
It certainly did not look like it was going to happen, but he made it happen.
And that's testament to perhaps the experience that he's had at Junior Worlds. He knows what value there is behind everything here and fought for every single one of the points that he got. And I actually think it was very visible the way that he was interpreting the new criteria for the spins, very clearly delivered features on the levels. And it looks like both the change foot combination spin and the change sit spin coming at level 4, and the flying camel just to level 3.
And, you know, every day you don't always feel the same going to the rink or to the office, for anybody for that matter, but you still have to make it work. And sometimes when you're off balance, some skaters let it go and they can't find it, they can't save it. This young man has that instinct of what to do just to get through the program. Maybe not as nice as he normally does, maybe not as easy, for sure it's not as easy, but he still got it done. So great job there on the Junior Grand Prix for the second season. He was in Courchevel last year and Krasnoyarsk as well, placing 11th and 12th and looking to improve on those results this season.
Absolutely, and yeah, he fought not the greatest air position, so it'll be interesting to see how the free skate transpires, but talk about grit.
Yeah, absolutely. His personal best was 52.24. He's shy of that at 50.74, and that'll put him currently into 4th place. Now we take a break for the ice resurfacing. What's on the video menu as we go to a break?
So we will be treated to some wonderful footage from last week first. We'll get to hear a little bit from Nozomu Yoshioka, the winner in the men's event. And then we look at the International Skating Union Elements Explained series again. And this time, the toe loop. And I think we'll have seen every competitor in both the women's and the men's singles attempt a toe loop within their combination jump. And we'll head to Detroit in the Centre of Excellence there to hear from Yuka Sato, the 1994 world champion. And finally, during the resurface, we'll get to look again at the Up Again stories. And this one will be from Piper Gillis, the Canadian ice dancer, and what is a very heart-wrenching and heartwarming story about what she has endured to her successes. So stay tuned for some excellent video footage, and then join us for the 3rd and 4th group in this, the men's short program at the Riga Cup 2022.
Enjoy.
So we're here with the winner of the men's event, Nozomu Yoshioka. Huge congratulations. How do you feel after the event? You're very welcome.
He's very happy about it.
Understandably so, understandably so. And were you inspired last week in Courchevel? We saw your compatriot Shunsuke Nakamura win the title. Did that inspire you here at this event?
先週クッシュベルで中村選手、俊介君が優勝しましたけど、それがインスパイアされましたか？
Yes. 日本チームはすごく良い結果だったので、自分もそのいい結果出せるようにしながら。
Japan team did very well. I tried to do my best as well.
And that you did. And you come from a skating nation who has 1st and 2nd place at the Senior World Championships with Shoma Uno and Yuma Kageyama. You come from an amazing nation of skaters. Are there any particular inspirations for you?
日本で去年の世界選手権で鍵山選手と宇野選手が1番と2番になりましたけれども、どのような選手が 望む国の目標というかインスパイアですか？
デニス・テン選
Amazing. Dennis Ten from Kazakhstan. Oh, fantastic. I got that. And so you performed 2 quadruple toe loops in your free skate here. Do you have plans for any more quadruple jumps as the season progresses?
今日2回の4回転を飛びましたけれども、この先それよりももっと増やしていく予定はありますか？
Yes.
And which will be your next event? Do you have another Junior Grand Prix assignment?
この次のジュニアグランプリのアサインメントはありますか？予定ありますか？
ポーランドです。
In Gdansk. Well, thank you so much for your brilliant skating here, and we wish you all the very best of luck for the rest of the season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to ISU Center of Excellence in Michigan. My name is Yuka Sato from Detroit Skating Club, and today we're going to talk about toe loop. Toe loop is one of the toe jumps. It takes off on the outside edge and you're going to toe in and you're going to jump. Now, it could be a single, double, triple, or quadruple. So let's talk about the technique. Most important thing is a rhythm, especially with the toe jumps. If you have a nice rhythm and you just, everything goes together and that turns into the explosiveness, which will make you jump high, and it will be light as a feather and you can rotate very fast and land. It's very important to have a nice, strong position as you tap in. Where your toe pick is, not too far into the circle, not too far outside of the circle. It must start your rotation going backwards. Because a lot of times people mistake by going toe axle, and that's not where you want to be. You want to make sure that you take off backwards, back outside, so that you can actually push off into a nice rotation. Is also used as a combination jump very often. Now, the key is to make sure that the landing of your first jump is very nice and steady so that you can actually go right into the takeoff. I hope you enjoyed this video and good luck with your skating.
My name is Piper Gillis, and this is my Up Again message to my younger self. Dear Piper, your lowest moment would be March of 2017 at the hospital after you tricked her mom to go to the hospital and get checked out. She was diagnosed with stage 4 brain cancer and was told that she could live from anywhere from 5 days to 15 months. One of the worst days of my life. You know, my mom was my biggest fan. She was the ultimate skating fan. Our goal as a whole family was for someone to make the Olympic Games. I had to be courageous. I had to be vulnerable. I had to own my emotions each day. If I was sad, I had to take my energy into the rink. But I still had to skate. A competition didn't go so well in Russia. We happened to turn on the TV and my program was on, and I turned and asked her a question, and it was just a simple question like, "Mom, did you like it?" And she turned to me and said, "No." And at that time, she lost her words, so her emotions really were shown in her eyes, and for her to actually speak and tell me no, we knew something was not right. We took her advice and we changed the program. We took a leap of faith, created something completely new, went to the Olympic Games and skated completely lights out, like the best we could have ever done. We always have to find something to encourage us, and she encouraged me. She did pass away, and I miss her every day. Losing her has taught me that every day is valuable. Every time I take the ice, it's a blessing. I skate today in her honor.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre as the third group of men take to the ice in the junior men's short programme. Currently, Ukrainians Kyrylo Marsak leads with a score of 58.94 of the 10 men who have already competed. I'm Mark Henretti and joined remotely 8,000 kilometres away by Mr. Ted Barton.
Well, Mark, it's been a long night and a long day for you. And by the way, that Kyrylo Marsak skated first in this event and really laid down an excellent program, staying in first place at this moment. So well done. And sometimes it's good to go first. You don't know what's happened beforehand. You just lay down the level that a standard that needs to be met for the rest of the competitors, putting the pressure on them. So great job by Kyrylo.
Yeah, I certainly think that used to be such a, I don't know if it was a superstition or assessment of previous experiences, but often it used to be the case that to skate first was not deemed to be a positive. And yet I don't think that's a factor now with the system as it is.
No, I think the old system, 6.0 system, really, made it very difficult for the judges to, reward the type of scores that a first skater might need, right? But this system now, it doesn't really matter. Of course, still a little superstition. They like to sort of have a little bit longer to get themselves warmed up, but as we have seen many times, it doesn't make any difference at all. You can come out first and stay first all the way through the competition.
In fact, I think in the women's event today, it was Korea's Yu-Hsiang Li. She was first to skate in that event, and she led the way throughout as well.
Absolutely. So, any more questions there, Mark? You're the question king.
Question King coming in with some more. These are actually ones that I wish I had a chance to go and research up on. So one from Gail Jones. Why is the artistic component score lower than the technical score? And she says when in the past the artistic score was greater than the technical skills score. Now, I assume, Ted, that's because in years gone by it would be the second mark which would break a tie.
Well, I'm not sure if she's speaking generally that the scores are a little bit different now. It depended on the skater, of course, because some are technical skaters, not program component skaters, and some are, and we've seen that in this event, that don't have the technical elements, but their PCs are a little bit, better. So Absolutely. It totally depends on the skater, but I'm not exactly sure what she might be referring to, anything specific.
Yeah, and I think some beg the question as to why the men's scores are factored differently than the women's. My understanding of that is that in the past, certainly the men's technical element score would have been higher given the increased base value of their elements, with generally, more so perhaps in the past, the men attempting more quadruple jumps and higher base value elements, and thus the program component scores were factored differently to level up. But now, of course, we've seen, certainly just last week, we saw quadruple attempts just as abundantly attempted in the women's discipline as were in the men's.
Yes, exactly. It's in recent years also in juniors a lot of quads. So, yeah, it's we'd have to do a little bit more homework and research on that to be precise with an answer. Get into the questions so we get off that topic.
Love the honesty, Ted. Moving on. How do the new age requirements impact pairs and ice dance teams where the partners have a bigger age difference? Now, I assume that's because the entry into the senior level competition age minimum will change. So this year it still remains at 15 as of July the 1st for this season. And then next season it will go up to 16, and in the 2024 season, 2025, then it will be 17 will be the minimum age to go into the senior ranks. And I think that shouldn't affect the ice dancers and the pair skaters too much, because the men in dance and pairs can go up to the age of 21. I don't think that will play a huge impact.
No, I don't think in pairs and dance it does. It might in regards to partners, finding partners, because the young women, let's say in pair skating, would stay in juniors maybe a little bit longer and develop more skills and maybe gravitate to the pairs discipline. I don't know. I mean, that's only going to be told in years to come, but it could impact it that way. But certainly at the moment, it doesn't really impact the pairs and dance to any large degree.
We have seen, of course, that there is a discrepancy in the ages between the partners within a pair couple and a dance couple, but that's accounted for within the junior ranks, whereby the men can stay in junior ranks a little bit longer up to the age of 21.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure, for the safety of the young women, of course, you want that young man to develop physically and be strong enough to handle some of the skills. If they move those young men up too early and they're trying difficult elements in juniors, this is years past, of course, they may not be ready for that. It puts an element of danger to it, and they want them to grow and to mature. And also, there weren't as many men, of course, in skating as women, and so they're just trying to provide an opportunity for pairs and dance to develop in juniors, allowing the men to stay in that a little bit longer in those two disciplines.
Yeah, and I think we don't want to be seen to be ageist, but there is an biological factor in the fact that the men do need to develop their muscular frames and physiques to, as you say, Ted, accept those big physical feats of the overhead lifts, certainly in the pairs discipline as well.
Absolutely, safety is so important, and any father or mother or father who has their young daughter up being held by a young man, you want to feel that he's secure. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll let my daughter do that. Oof.
Yeah. You put him in dance, right? But
yeah. Well, no, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, our first skater in this group, Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan, 18 years old, second junior Grand Prix season, fifth at the Bavarian Open in 2022.
Skating to Keeping Me Alive by Jonathan Roy.
18-year-old Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan. Really loved the freedom and comfort and confidence of this young man skating. His jumps are so solid, so much speed into, throughout, and on the landing. Mark, really a wonderful skater.
I think you used the word comfort, and that's totally what I feel as well. A wonderful knee action, such spongy knees that seem to create increased mileage per hour. He just covered the ice with effortless flow, and effortless is a word that judges love to be able to use to describe both skating skills and the elements that he delivered. That double axel at the beginning, that was at least a +3 grade of execution to me, if not higher. Really good quality.
Yeah, absolutely has no, I don't mean fear, but has no hesitation of the jumps, just taking the speed that he has going into the jump, executes the timing with that speed, and just flies across the ice. And kind of a cool performer as well. He's got an element of something unique to him.
Absolutely. Cool would be a wonderful word to describe him. Just super cool. And you know, made it look like it wasn't the hardship that it is. He made that look like it was a walk in the park, when in reality, being that fast with that good a level of skating skills will have had endless hours of training and mileage to make it look like that.
I love that. I love what you said, that you made it look as as easy, as not as hard as it was, right? So it's true. He just makes it look simple and easy, and boy, is it not.
Is the kind of skater that you can think, oh, how does he make it look that cool? Not realizing that I'm sure he has grafted endlessly for years and years to make it look that good.
Yeah, but some of the skaters have just a natural balance on top of their blade, and so they don't feel vulnerable. Let's put it that way. Take a look at the scores. 68.66. Great score. This puts this young man in the first place. Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan takes over the lead by 10 points. And there's the qualities. You saw that in the PC scores. Nicely done. '16-year-old Casper Johansson from Sweden, third Junior Grand Prix season, national junior champion.
Skating to music by Sam Smith, Writings on the Wall.
Well, what a nice skate by 16-year-old Casper Johansson from Sweden. You can see his joy at the end of the program. And Mark, right off the top, that double axel into a counter exit was just beautiful.
Yeah, I'd written the exact same thing. Transitions out of the double axel were fabulous. And then the speed going into the combination. There was one point where he did a little waltz jump transitioning down the ice, and he was flying into the jump combination. And
well, he looks...
looks knackered now. I wonder what you think, Ted, because for me, there wasn't the same natural comfort and skating skill as Rakat from Kazakhstan, who's leading, but a very well-trained and rehearsed and prepared skater. Good skating skills that look to be developed, maybe not as natural.
Yeah, I think sometimes athletes have to skate by numbers, so they have to skate by what they're taught and by colors and what they learn, and then they get comfortable, then they begin to skate naturally. Some skaters are just natural skaters, and so they just skate naturally, and they're hard to teach because they just kind of can do it, right? So this young man looks like he's taught extremely well, covers the ice very nicely. It's not all natural connection yet with the music, but I thought he did a really good job. And, we'll see where that takes him. But good ice coverage, tall young man, probably still growing, and so having to cope with that as well.
Yeah, and talking about coaching, he works with Regina Jensen, and she was the coach responsible for the Hagelson sisters, also from Sweden, and they were in the top 5 at Europeans. Victoria was, certainly. So good tuition, good information, and that's paying off.
Absolutely. Really like this young man's, you can see he still has a smile on his face, proud of that performance, and so he should be, and comfortable, great ice coverage, and methodical in a way. He's just going through each of the elements to get them done, but does it with quite excellent ice coverage and whatnot. Certainly lots of work yet to be done with connection to the music.
And this young man, watching his social media, is working on the quadruple salto. He's conscious of obviously the need to increase that technical element score as he considers the move towards the senior ranks, and impressive to see that. I'm not sure how often. I think Mazurov from Sweden was a quadruple jumper, but it'd be great to see that appearing in his repertoire in the junior ranks as well.
Yeah, so much has to do, as we know, in all these young skaters, no matter what discipline they're in, is their growth, the rate of growth during these tender years in juniors. 57.39 for Casper Johansson from Sweden, and that will move him currently into 3rd place. Our next competitor comes from Switzerland, 17-year-old Noah Bodenstein, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 2nd event this year, 4th in Courchevel, and this young man has made a lot of improvement over the years. He's grown a lot, really come into his own, had a wonderful conversation with him in Courchevel, feeling more comfortable and confident. 61.26, his personal best on the short. Well, no question, Mark. This was a challenging performance for Noah here today. Not the standard that we saw in Courchevel. Just really struggled throughout.
Yeah, I feel like Noah maybe needed an extra couple of weeks. Maybe it would have been optimal if he could have had a little bit longer between the Junior Grand Prix Assam before he competed. And he did suggest that maybe, as is totally expected, it's hard to come down from that huge success of his wonderful skating where he was third in the free skate in Courchevel to then peak back up in time just 2 weeks later. And I just fear that that's perhaps a contributing factor to that skate, which was tough, especially then losing the flying camel spin at the end, getting no value in that, which is, you know, a relatively easy element for this quality and caliber of skater.
Yeah, it's an interesting skill. That another skill that the skaters have to learn is that when you get down on yourself because of a couple of mistakes, how do you shut the gate and not let any more mistakes creep in? And when you keep that worry or that concern, or you're looking backwards to the mistake that was made, you're not looking forward to what you have to do on the element. So it is a bit of a mind game, and it looks like Noah was challenged with that throughout this program, and it just got away from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suspect after being in Courchevel, then returning, I think he trains in Oberstdorf, so if he went home, then he'll miss training days, and then obviously then from the training in Oberstdorf to then coming to Riga, again, more training days missed. So it's possible that he hasn't had the chance to run through nearly as many times as would be optimal in the lead up to this. But he's such a cool skater, another very cool skater. And the step sequence, another step coming at level 4, showcasing just such wonderful body movement that his choreographer Benoit Richaud is really famed for helping his skaters achieve.
Yeah, and I think for Noah, he's probably a little disappointed, of course, with this, making great progress, as I mentioned, over the last couple of years and having a good start to the season in Courchevel. You can see him a little, dejected in the kiss and cry. But again, it's not, that's going to happen. It's how you respond to that.
Absolutely.
We'll see that in the free program. Noah comes out into this and hopefully fights his way through.
Interestingly, though, the component scores here actually higher than in Courchevel, so maybe there was a little bit more delivery on the program components, just not on the technical score this time.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a 55.10 for Noah Bodenstein from Switzerland, and that will put him currently to 4th place. Here's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far in the competition. Well, from Israel, Nikita Kovalenko, 16 years old, second junior Grand Prix season. Last time was in 2019 at Lake Placid, second at the Junior Nationals.
Another skater using the brilliant sounds of Sam Smith.
Well, 16-year-old Nikita Kovalenko from Israel. Nice smile on his face at the end of that program. Back in competition and off the Junior Grand Prix since 2019. Personal best score, 51.95, looking to hopefully top that as he comes off the ice, satisfied and happy.
Try and connect with Nikita and find out a little bit of his backstory. He's born in the Ukraine and now trains in Hackensack, New Jersey with Galicia Morachi. And so I'm sure there's been a lot of upheaval, and that perhaps the reason that we haven't seen him on the circuit on the Junior Grand Prix since 2019. Did compete, however, domestically in the States a little bit as well this year, so starting to get back on track with competitive exposure.
And had a nice skate here in this program. I think, it has a sense of freedom to, you can see the good basic skating skills, of course, and had a sense of freedom to his movement throughout the program. Had to fight hard. That triple-triple combination, the toe loop will be downgraded in the judging system. That is downgraded at the moment. And then the double axel in triple loop, all fine. Level 3s in the spins and on the steps as well. So
isn't it fascinating as well, Ted, to see the difference as well that we've seen Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan who leads, we've just seen Bodenstein, such stylistic different approaches, and yet whilst I kind of have a tendency to like a skater that has an elegant style, there's no criteria for that within the skating skills. The skating skills judges' criteria is the ability of the skater to execute skating steps, turns and movements with blade and body control. It doesn't have to be beautiful, it has to have control, and that certainly was evident in Nikita's command of the blade.
That's a very good point and well said. It's the agility to turn both directions and skate with security on your edges and cover the ice easily and effortlessly with flow and all those types of criteria in detail, but it doesn't necessarily relate to other small aspects of skating which are important. This young man certainly had security throughout his program.
Yeah, so true. And that's what makes the sport so fascinating from a spectator standpoint, that we can have different characters. And if you think back about the characters that we've seen, Israel's Alexei Bychenko, I think was 4th in the World Championships. He has a similar style to what Nikita Kovalenko has just offered. Very strong, very powerful, and completely different to maybe, what we've seen from Rakat Bralen, who was from Kazakhstan.
Short program scores for Nikita, 59.06. A nod of approval by coach and skater, and a little fist pump there. And that moved Nikita currently into second place, and that's just exactly what we were talking about. Security in his skating skills and an overall pretty strong performance. Next competitor from the United States, 13-year-old Kirk Huggetto. First Junior Grand Prix season.
I love that confident welcome onto the ice, skating to it in the Hall of the Mountain King.
Well, so much to talk about. And this 13-year-old Kirk Huggetto from the United States. Usually we see skaters first out, this guy. We see skaters coming out, focusing on the elements, and, forget about the performance aspect. He came out as if the coach said, look, I want you to be on the edge of disaster on every step. Be as aggressive as you possibly can. And oh my gosh, was he ever. What an imposing performance.
Absolutely. And when we look at the new criteria, the new judges' criteria for presentation says the demonstration of engagement, commitment, and involvement based on an understanding of the music. My goodness, that young man had engagement, commitment, and involvement.
10.
Yeah, absolutely. I think fascinating. That's where you say that the Junior Grand Prix is an amazing opportunity to see new young talent. And what cracked me up was when he passed his Team USA skaters in the stands at the start of the step sequence. He nearly went a complete cropper because he was such a performer, so committed to his performance.
It's hilarious in a way, brilliant in one way, hilarious in another way.
Yeah.
That his passion was to skate.
Yes.
Yeah. Jumps are there, and I'm going to do my best with them. Okay, whatever. But it's the performance, every choreographic move with full intensity, and you just don't see that commitment at juniors because they're still learning to skate and get confident. He has the confidence, not an issue.
Absolutely. And I mean, technically, I think maybe he was a little nervous with the opening double axe, which was a little bit sketchy, but you look at that knee slide transition into triple loop, that is so hard. And he's obviously got technical ability as well, but that will not be what we remember this young man for. It's definitely going to be his presentation.
I love the coach just reached over to, okay, now settle down. What I love about this young man's going to explore space. He's going to find out how he can move his body, how he can throw his body, control it as he grows older. Watch out for this young man. If nothing else, he will be completely entertaining. 48.09 for Kirk's short program, and that'll put him currently into 9th place. Bright future, fun to watch. Stay tuned for episode 2 of the program. Nicholas Vande Weber, 17 years old, from the Republic of South Africa, second junior Grand Prix season, 17th last season in Ljubljana. I believe I had the pleasure to interview this young man. He's a real charmer. Let's see how he's improved over the past year. Well, you can see by Nicholas's shaking of the head, not happy with that performance, but there's been great improvement in the security of his skating. Some really interesting choreographic moves throughout that program, Mark.
Yeah, I completely agree. Actually, was noting, look at the mat, the Italian skater that's been working with him, and you can see that there was definite thought, time, and energy put into the composition of the program, but it's a shame. But I saw this young man in the Skaters Lounge, and I know that you interviewed him before, and he just gave off a really good positive vibe and attitude. He seemed like a charming young energy to be around.
One of my favorite interviews, in fact, just meeting him last season and speaking to him in front of the building in Ljubljana, and I asked him how he got involved in skating. It was in a mall in South Africa, and he talked about his falling in love with it. I think he went to a birthday party or something. I can't remember exactly the details, but the way he tells the story and the way he talks about falling in love with the sport is charming as he is in his personality as well, and really wish him the very best. Much improvement, Nicholas. Really, it's there. I know you're not happy with that performance, but the improvement is there. Just keep going, young man, because I know you love the sport, and you're unique indeed. And
even like you could just sense through the kiss and cry there the good energy that this young man has. Shame though, the double axel. Obviously, that was when your legs have just gone from you a little bit, and just can't help but stay off the ice.
Those were the rubber legs that showed up at the wrong time. Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. And he had a great takeoff on that jump. Probably over jumped it, and just couldn't check out early enough. But yeah, no, it's. He's a great, very, very fine young man, and I'm not sure if his mom and dad are watching back home, but he should be very proud of not only of his athletic achievements, but his upbringing and his quality and articulation and his thoughts. Just a real, genuine, nice guy.
And absolutely, as any parent would be, I think, more proud of that than what happens on the ice, for sure.
Oh, totally. His personal best is a 35.95, and he'll beat that here with a 37.29 for the short program. Not what he wanted, not what he's capable of. 14th in the standings, but his basic skating skill, everything is getting better. Just wants to deliver that performance he knows he can do. Maybe that'll happen in the free. We'll see.
There we see the results in the standings at this stage as we head towards the penultimate group of men in this short program. And it'll be Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan that continues to lead with a 9.5 point advantage so far as we head towards the next group of 6 skaters.
Well, Mark, what's on the question tablet now?
Well, I think we need to check back in with our friends following online and following on YouTube as well. Please do send us questions. Ted and I would love to hear what you guys are thinking. It's fascinating to hear those of you that are obviously competitive skaters that understand the sport and all its intricacies, and then from those of you that are a little bit newer to the weird and wonderful world of competitive figure skating.
And it's better that our chat comes from your questions than us just rambling on, right?
Yeah, I had a fair bit of rambling all to myself last week, and how I missed you, Ted.
Anyways, there are no questions.
So it appears that there are no questions. So in which case,
perfect.
I will have to beg the question of you, Ted, as to how it must have felt for you last week, having covered all of the Junior Grand Prix for at least 7 years. How strange it must have felt to... I mean, I know you were busy. You were very busy working with Skate Canada, but I'm sure it was a bit bizarre not to be on site here in Ostrava.
Yeah, it was. But you know what I was most happy about, really, and I say this not because you're there or not even to be nice to you intentionally, but honestly, I felt that it was in good hands. I mean, I've worked on this Junior Grand Prix for 7 years now and felt responsible for coverage of this to whatever degree I had involvement in, and I am so thrilled that that the Junior Grand Prix is growing and having people supporting these athletes, and your fine comments and analysis, Mark. So I must say, I quite enjoyed it. It was a little bit weird, but I really did enjoy it. And I have to tell you, when we saw the piece on Piper Gillies, I did an in-depth interview with them at the senior camp with both Piper and Paul, and I asked about that time. I asked about the support that Paul gave to Piper, and that was so critical and important during that very difficult time for Piper, and it was really wonderful to see their communication, even not so much in the words, just in their eyes, as they looked at each other about that time and spoke of it as well. And it was a very touching story, and it was also the reality of life, because situations happen to all of us as we're growing up and as we're going through life, and it's unexpected and it's tragic, and how do you use that, turn around and get past it? And Piper, hopefully our interview will be seen at some point. It was really beautiful information from beautiful people that in that interview. So that was a great joy to be able to provide that, or be able to do that, in fact.
And I think that's so wonderful, given that I've been a huge fan of competitive skating, and we don't get to see the output of their craft. We so rarely get to see the humanity of these special people, and so it's nice to know behind the scenes.
Mark, that's exactly the point. I mean, my point in doing what we're doing here in Skate Canada is that for television, you can't, as great as television is, you can't count on it, because if they don't cover you, you have nothing. So as the fans may get interested in the skaters, say, oh, I really like their skating, or they didn't have a good day, or I don't like their skating. But they don't know the person. They just know the skating. So the effort that we're making in our country is for the fans to get to know the person, the human being, their thoughts, their emotions, their difficulties, their tragedies, their moments of joy, their moments of success, and share with it all. And regardless of how they skate that day, whether it is brilliant or whether it's poor, they will always be following the person and interested in the person, not just the skating.
And I think, for me, when I think back to when I first started following the sport, I would, not proud to say it, but you'd be judgmental of the skating, and I'd have my favorite skater and my favorite skating style. And now, though, getting to know the humans, there's a greater empathy for the humanity of the individual, and then you don't just look at what's delivered as to your preference, but so much as your appreciation for the craft, whichever way they've taken it.
Yeah. And I have to say that I do believe, maybe people would disagree with me on this comment, but I do believe that commentary in skating is getting better, even on television, where they have to be a little bit more dramatic and a little bit more, because it's television audience difference. But I do believe they're more respectful of the athlete. They tell the stories better, and they are help celebrate the victories and help to console in the losses. And I appreciate that from all the commentators, no matter where they are or what country they come from.
Yeah, I think it is a quote in the UK, misery loves company, and sometimes people, I think, will take the quick, easy opportunity to take a cheap shot at some of the skaters, but I think there's nothing better than people uniting and being kind and supportive of each other.
Well, no one in life, even the people that take the cheap shot, deserves or wants or asks for cheap shots to be taken at them. It's the easiest thing to do in life. Appreciate the qualities of a person, even the differences, even if you have differences. Enjoy the qualities of every person that we know from different cultures and different places around the world. And that's one thing I think we've tried to do here in the Junior Grand Prix. And I see it happening throughout sport at a much higher degree, and hopefully it continues as we finish the warm-up for which group number is this? 4? One more after this.
Who are you?
Group, yeah.
That's probably some ludicrous time in the morning for you, but we're going strong, Ted. We're going strong. 2 groups left to go.
It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning here. I'm feeling good. Here we go. From the United States of America, 17-year-old Robert Yampolsky, born in Summit, New Jersey, 17 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season.
skating to Lord and Master by Apache.
Well, from the United States, Robert Yampolsky, agile, quick, athletic, popped the triple axel at the opening of the program. He's going to be disappointed with that, no question, but you could see the skills, the spring out of his knees.
Oh, the energy,
Mark.
gosh. And
yeah, he's got a great performance level and energy throughout.
And to me, there was a split flip, one of the unlisted jumps within one of the transitions, and just amazing. And the back layback within the combination spin, movement that we rarely would see in, well, the split flip they did, the back layback, is rarely seen in the women's or the men's discipline, and really cool to see. He looks devastated that he didn't get a triple axel landed, but for me, seeing him at this stage, I think, what an incredible talent for the future.
Well, and that's what I had written down as well. The innovative choreographic jumps in transitions throughout the program were spectacular. It gave a whole new texture to the program. Of course, his focus was on that first element, but lots of skill. This is going to be a very exciting young man to watch as he continues to grow. And
respect and kudos to Anton Chopra, who is coach not only to Robert here, but also to the American Kirk, who we saw in the last group. And he's, I'm sure, working both boys really hard. And it's great that they've got each other to bounce off and strive to demand better. And interestingly, I saw them both before one of the practices, and they look to be embracing, you know, the opportunity to be here in a new country and represent their nation.
Yeah. It's very interesting to watch the skaters, you know, the body language and their thought process and the kiss and cry, because they have this vision. Well, every skater has the vision of what they want it to be like at the end of the program, and And then when they get there and it's not what they want, it's how they sort of process that and turn that around. Because you've got another day. You have a free program. So somehow you have to move forward. .05 for Robert Yapolsky from the United States, and that will put him in the second spot. He's looking and saying, what would it have been with that triple axel? He would have been in first had that been there, probably.
I think that's lightened his mood a little bit.
Yeah. Well, next up, 15-year-old Artur Smagulov from Kazakhstan, first Junior Grand Prix season. Exciting to be here in Riga.
We've heard Moonlight Sonata in the women's competition already, and it was used successfully there, and that's what Artur will use for his short program.
Well, you can see just with the tilt of his head, Artur was not 100% thrilled with that performance, but I thought there were some good moments and some challenging ones as well, Mark.
Oh, absolutely, and fascinating to see that there are elements there that Artur performed within his short program that I question whether any of the men can do. That back Bielmann within the final spin is so incredibly difficult, and some of the spiral transitions were just beautiful.
Yeah, it's funny though, because we are looking for those types of things that indicate the type of skill the skater will have moving forward, and of course they're wrapped up, and so totally normal, wrapped up in the success of a technical elements, of course.
Yes, and I suppose, like we said, we have the indulgent ability to look at potential and respect, the successes of the skater, but I'm sure Artur is fixated on the double loop that he wanted to be a triple loop, rather than the fact that he can do a back Bielmann, which has probably been something that he's done for years now.
And that's why they're skaters, and well, you are, but I'm not anymore.
We've been round the block.
But you get judged by the public.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't know what's worse, ISU judging panel or the British public.
Yeah, good point.
But certainly for Artur, like, it's interesting. We talked about it with, I think, Nikita Kovalenko, one of the Israeli skaters, and the skating skills are not, the criteria the judges have aren't appreciating posture or extension or line. Those are things that we appreciate as skating fans, not necessarily things that the judges have to reward, but certainly visually, Artur, we respect what you offered.
Absolutely. 48.96 for Artur. That'll put him currently into 10th place. Coach looks happy. Skater, not so much at the moment. Our next skater, I believe it's his birthday today, 14 years old today, I think. First Junior Grand Prix season, Rio Nakata from Japan, born in Wales, Cardiff.
Skating to Believer by Imagine Dragons.
Well, something special about this young man, Rio Nakata from Japan. Some great work with the music and makes the jumps just part of the choreography. They just come out of nowhere and without any hesitation, and he just carries on.
What a way to celebrate your birthday, coming to Riga in Latvia. And I'm sure he will never forget his 14th birthday in what could potentially be a performance that may lead the field at this stage for sure.
Mark, did I miss something on the change sit spin? It's in at 0. I might have missed it.
Yeah, he just had a bit of a nightmare with the change sit spin, not getting enough rotations to get it called. And so that, obviously, when you've seen the triple axel as he performed, that seems like a relatively simple error. But in an event like this where the current leader doesn't have triple axel, that mistake, I'm not saying it's a weak field, it's been a good competition, but the technical element score of many of the men has been lower than we may have seen in other events, so it won't be too costly at this stage to have got the no value on the change sit.
Well, good analysis, but like this young man's energy in the performance, hears the music well, responds to it well. I just love the way he jumps out of nowhere. It's not a big deal. It doesn't have to have a big, huge, long setup, and just takes it out of the transition, carries on with it, carries beautiful flow throughout the element.
And particularly impressive when I've seen him struggling with the triple axel, both in warm-up and in practice, and yet, just 14 years of age. Maybe it's his birthday charm, but he certainly looked like he had no question mark over the fact that he would nail that axel to start.
Yeah, he looked pretty focused on, I will do this. However, I will do it.
Whatever happens. And there must be pressure. We've seen Shinsuke Nakamura winning in Courchevel, Nozomu Yoshioka winning in Ostrava, and then young 14-year-old has all the pressure of that lying on his shoulders, but delivered when necessary.
Well, again, as we've talked about often, it's the standard is set in a country such as Japan, and you get to represent your country to come out. You're probably going to respond for your best skate, wherever that ends up, because you don't want to dishonor. And Rio Nakata skated beautifully here at 68.91. He takes over the lead, even with that no value of that spin. So great job by Rio Nakata, and he takes top spot so far in this event.
Happy birthday to him.
Well, from Finland, 18-year-old Makara Sunset, first Junior Grand Prix season, second Junior Grand Prix, 11th in week 1 in Courchevel.
And skating to music from the Pirates of the Caribbean soundtrack. And he will start with triple loops, triple toe loop combination as his first element.
18-year-old Makara Sunset from Finland held this program together very nicely after doing 3 turns in between the 2 jumps in the combination, the Lutz and the toe loop. I thought he skated quite well here. His personal best in Golden Spin in 2021, 60.97. We'll see if he tops that score here, but overall pretty good.
Absolutely, and to me a very senior, well-packaged skater. He was greeted by his mother and coach Tatiana Lebedeva as he leaves the ice, and they've done a great job working together. Nice to see mother and son. And I met them at the hotel, Ted, and we're just discussing how it can inevitably be challenging for that parent-child relationship to be, working relationship as well. But I think at that point, as he leaves the ice, Tatiana becomes mummy and not teacher. And I can't imagine.
Yeah, no, it's complicated because you have to. You may have a list of things you want to talk about, but you have to shut that tap off when you leave the rink, and then the skater probably would have, can turn it on and off as well. So at the rink, it's business. At home, it's family.
Absolutely. And Tatiana and Makar were explaining that Makar now, as an 18-year-old, is going to be making the transition to represent Finland at the senior competitions. He's done that already a little bit, and he'll be doing that at the prestigious Nebelhorn Trophy later this season. And I think he definitely has that senior aesthetic to his style as well.
He does. He's a good athlete, physically strong, covers the ice really well, and dynamic on the ice. Certainly can move up into seniors and continue to grow as a skater and learn from the senior ranks as well. But overall, that was a pretty good skate, and we'll see where this score takes him. He was 26th at the Junior World Championships last season, 2nd in senior nationals in Finland, so on his way into the senior ranks.
I love the spread eagle transition into the triple loop. That was a section whereby ice coverage was really good, the flow, the power, and the speed, making the skating skills component score really buoyant from the judges.
Well, let's take a look at the short program scores for Makara Sunset from Finland. 67.11. That's the season's best. That'll put Makara into 3rd place. A hug from mom and coach. And then a little fist bump as well. Well, the next skater comes from Canada, hometown Ottawa. 16-year-old David Steingart, first junior Grand Prix season, coached by Darlene Joseph. Excited to be here in Riga.
Yeah, some brilliant music from Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, and based on what I saw in practice, some really fun choreography to boot as well.
Well, so unfortunate for David on that attempted triple toe loop after the triple Lutz. Triple Lutz looked good, and his pick just slipped right off the ice, didn't go anywhere.
What a frustration, because then he loses the value of the triple toe that I'm sure he can do, and then the grade of execution will be decimating on the triple Lutz as well because of that mistake. But yet, gosh, what cool choreography, what cool commitment to something, unique movement style. Just the finish position in itself was fabulous.
Yeah, no, lots of energy throughout that program and some unique, innovative moves. That was a good start for David. Unfortunate on the toe loop, yes, no question, but the program doesn't rest on that one jump alone. And this is his first venture into the Junior Grand Prix world. There's a coach, Darlene Joseph, a great volunteer as well, a coach, full-time coach as well, but a great volunteer for Skate Canada, so heavily involved in the sport, and great to see her on the Junior Grand Prix. A nice outing for David, just unfortunate on the toe loop.
Absolutely. And little subtle things, Ted. They had a change of direction, spread eagles both ways leading into the double axel. Content that's really challenging, really difficult, but unfortunately the value of the double axel, which had the mistake following that cool transition, is more costly than the transitional content itself which preceded it.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I actually never done the commentary without any replays, and so I didn't really notice it after a while because we're just yapping together, so it doesn't bother us, but it probably bothers other people.
Gosh, could you imagine what it'd be like to be on our own with no replay? That would be.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's way more difficult indeed, but you can see Darlene just having a discussion with David, just a young man just getting experience first time out on the Junior Grand Prix and learning experience, taking this all in, and we'll move that forward. But we saw some innovation, some good choreography, nice skating skills as well. We'll see how that translates into the free program after that mistake on the toe loop. But you can see he has the jumping technique as well. Not a problem. Short program scores for David Steingart from Canada, 55.34. They look pretty happy with that, considering that mistake, and that'll put David currently into 8th place. Oh, our next skater has the pressure of skating hometown right here from Riga. 17-year-old Anton Chopra from Latvia, second Junior Grand Prix season.
Final Latvian skater in the competition, using more music by Imagine Dragons, this time Dream.
Well, a tough skate for Anton's here at home in front of friends and family. Always difficult. We talked about that added pressure, individual and internal pressure you put on yourself skating in front of your friends and family. And that was just a tough skate for Anton's here today in the short program.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is now the time of the coach to really step in and try to shape and frame the experience to be able to come back for the free skate with a positive attitude that will maximize the opportunity of being here and competing in front of a home nation.
Yeah, and you can see the coach
passionately giving some information for sure.
Starting that work right away, keeping a smile on her face, really important to be honest with what happened, at the same time be optimistic and looking forward, because you've got a free program to go to, of course, and you know that he's wearing this heavy on his shoulders and in his heart right now, having wanted to skate, you know, the best that he can do on this day, and that didn't happen.
And I'm sure not only the desire to skate well, as everybody does in the competition, but in front of the home nation, and then compounded by the fact that there are two other Latvians in the competition. And interestingly, Kirills Korkacs, who's currently in 15th place, both Anton and Kirill competed against each other at the Korabelnik Cup here in this venue not that long ago, and Anton was fourth at that event with Kirill in second, so I'm sure Anton was hoping to turn that around here with a triumph over his compatriot, but it's going to be tricky with that skate.
Good work by the coach. Got a smile out of him. Maybe a small one, but got one. Just get one out of him.
Oh, there's another.
You can see him. Now you can see him starting to respond and have a conversation and try to exit that deep feeling of disappointment and start to analyze a little bit as much as you can, then forget about it and move forward.
And
it's really the art of coaching. It really is. Absolutely.
The manipulation of the mental brain space of a young athlete, really.
Yeah. Well, the short program score for Anton's 37.04, and that puts this young man currently in the 20th position. Well, as we're going to move to the ice resurfacing break, go get some popcorn and nice beverage, and Mark will take you through the video menu, which you're about to see as you take a look at the standings so far in the men's short program, day one from Riga.
Yes, tune in for movie time with more great content from the International Skating Union. And first you'll get to see a day with the ice technicians in Courchevel, and the creators of Olympic ice and absolute masters of their craft, providing an ice surface that the athletes want to skate on. And then finally we will look again at World Ice Skating Day, the ISU's new initiative, which will take place on the 4th of December, a day in which we can celebrate this wonderful sport. So enjoy the coverage and then tune us for the final group in the men's short program.
Enjoy.
Le test du micro. Hello everybody, I'm Rémi Boller, I'm the ice master for the figure skating and the short track. On vient pas couper ici, ça, interdit. Welcome in Courchevel for the Grand Prix ESU Junior for the figure skating. Okay, I start my job at 16. I learned my job in Albertville during the Olympics Games. It was my first opportunity to start the ice making and make the job with the really famous ice master at this time. And I learned to drive the Zamboni in 1992 for the Albertville Olympics Games. Tourner et elles vont couper au milieu là. C'est là où ça devient technique, c'est que quand une machine elle a coupé au milieu, my job it's really interesting because I need to manage different guys on different places. For example, here I have a full Zamboni driver and two machines. Here it's a Zamboni machine, but sometimes another ground, so I manage the guys with a different machine on different places, on different ice. And it's really interesting to adjust the ice for the schedule and for the competition. Every time I need to adjust the temperature, adjust the machine, adjust the cut on the machine and the water. The machine cut the ice, and after we fill the hot water for make the good ice. It's an electric machine. On this machine you have the battery, you have the snow tank, you have the water tank. When you cut with the machine, when you cut the ice, you put the snow on the snow tank. You can cut maybe 4 meters cubes and you put a lot of water on the ice. The water exits outside the machine, at the rear of the machine. On this place you have the hot water outside of the machine and put the hot water on the ice. I use the hot water between 40 until 50 degrees. It's really important, and it's really important to have every time the good water for make the good ice. Okay, on the machine you have a different command for use the machine. The driver needs to have a lot of attention on the drive, on the machine, on the ice, on the patcher, because when the driver uses the machine, they are the patcher on the ice. The patcher is the people on the ice to put the snow on the hole, because when the figure skater touch the ice with the skates, it makes the big hole everywhere. So at each resurfacing time you need to patch the ice with the snow, and the driver adjusts every time the water and the cut. This piece is for adjust the cut. It's very important and very precise. For example, when the driver just turn 1/4 or less 1/4, he put more cut or less cut with the machine. And after, when he open the water or close the water, he adjust the water on the rear of the machine. And you have another system to wash the ice on the machine. It's a really precise job to machine on the ice with the same speed, the same cut, and the same water on the ice, because when you have maybe 15 or 20 ice surfacing times during one day, if your machine is not exactly the same, at the end of the day you have the ice like that, it's really bad for the skater. But if the machine is really have the really fine adjustment, you have a really good ice, because the ice is perfect everywhere. So my job is to adjust the machine with the driver every time when the driver is on the ice, and prepare the machine before, make the ice with the driver during the ice surfacing times, and control the ice after, and prepare the machine again for the next time. You can see on the ice what's my job. Okay, let me adjust the blade now, because when you put the new blade on the machine, every time you need to adjust the blade, because the adjustment is not accurate on the machine, and it's really important to have the same cut everywhere for have the good ice. Prod for the cooling system is on the concrete, not on the ice, so you have every time a little bit different. For the competition, sometimes we put 1 or 4 prod, depend the performance of the installation. When you have the good installation, 1 or 2 is enough. It's really important for the skater, because if the ice temp change during the competition, it's really bad for the athlete, because the ice is not the same for the first skater and the last skater. So my job is to make the same ice every time, everywhere. I learned my job in Courchevel, because I make the job for the Junior Grand Prix here, but before I was the manager here during 10 years, and it was amazing for me for learn my job, for learn the ice, and make the job with the driver on the machine on the ice. C'est quoi comme lampe que vous avez mis? C'est une vieille, c'est une neuve? It's really important to understand I'm never alone. I have a team with me for make the good ice for the big event, because it's a long day every day for make the ice. It's really important to do the job in perfect time and with the perfect team. All elements is really important to make the good ice for the athlete, because every touch, every ice racing time, every adjustment, it's just for one reason, it's for the athlete every time. And if the athletes are very happy on the ice, I'm happy. It's okay for me.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre for the final group in the junior men's short programme here at the Riga Cup 2022. And you'll see 5 skaters taking to the ice, but one of the skaters, Yu-Hsiang Li from Hong Kong, cannot take to the ice because his skates have not arrived. And incredibly, Conor Bray from Great Britain will lend the skater his skates as soon as he's completed his short programme, which in itself is an amazing example of sportsmanship, in which we applaud Conor for hugely. I am delighted to be joined by Ted Barton, who has tirelessly committed to the Junior Grand Prix and indeed done so through the night, to join me, Mark Henretti, for the commentary of this first day of competition here at the Riga Cup.
Yes, Mark, thank you. It's a beautiful day here in Vancouver, of course, and we've been fortunate enough to be covering this event and had a wonderful time working with you. And of course, we do have some very sad news to bring forward, not knowing how much of the world knows this at the moment, but the Queen of England has just recently today passed away, and our condolences go to really the United Kingdom. Yourself, I know you had mentioned to me how much you respect the Queen, and so do we here, of course, in Canada as well. It's a sad day for everyone, but our world will continue on, and we'll continue to cover this event, of course. A British skater in this group. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned it. I think Queen Elizabeth II reigned in Great Britain for 70 years, and just an incredible example of somebody devoting their life to service, and really an inspiration to not just myself and all those in Britain, but I think worldwide, an incredible example of good humanity. And it will be a great case of national and worldwide mourning, I think, in light of this sad news. But as I understand, she was with her family, and our thoughts go to them too. As we look at our screens now, we see Conor Bray from Great Britain, and I would like to hope that he has been so resolutely focused on his upcoming short programme that he hasn't had time to process the sad news in his home country. And we wish him all the very best. As I say, total respect to the British skater here, who will lend his skates to Yu-Hsiang from Hong Kong, who will be the last competitor to take part in this men's short programme.
Mark?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I deleted my file here. Unfortunately, I just stepped out. Back now.
And how grateful I am that you are back, Ted. Phew.
Well, the final 6 skaters in day 1 here from Riga. We've had some good skating throughout the day, Mark. I think the women's category was, for me, was a little bit surprising. I had only been at Courchevel, of course. It was a little challenging, the first competition. We've talked about that, but some really brilliant skating today in the women's, and for the most part, no matter what the level were, they were delivering what they're capable of doing. We've seen some good skating here, some unique skating in the men's event as well. And of course, the pairs category with just 6 teams. That was really a development competition for all intents and purpose.
Absolutely, and fascinating to believe that Jia Shin from Korea, who leads the women's event after the short program, the score that she posted of 70.41 would also lead in the men's event at this stage. We'll see if that will be the highest score of the day or whether any of the remaining 6 competitors can top that. But as you say, really interesting insight into the 3 different disciplines and how the maturation rate and the developments of the athletes can vary at different stages of their growth spurts. We see that with the men as well, as they perhaps take a huge leap towards the senior ranks as well. as has been the case for the men's competition in both Courchevel and in Ostrava. It is a Japanese competitor that leads at this stage, with Rio Nakata in first place so far, and he posted a big score of 68.91 thanks to his opening triple axel. And then delight for Rakat Bralen from Kazakhstan, who, although he didn't come to this event with the big value triple axel, definitely delivered in regards to the program component scores. Indeed, some really impressive PCS scores for Rakat Bralen. The same can be expected from the skater on your screen, Nikolai Mamola, who medalled last week at the competition and hopes to repeat that same feat when he takes to the ice here in Riga.
Nikolai, sorry, go ahead.
Nikolai Mamola will skate again, having been so magnificent in Ostrava.
Well, what wonderful quality from Nikolai Mamola of Italy, senior-ish, no question, of course, was in the European Championships this past season and was 15th. So you're looking at a transition from junior to senior with the highest quality. I think this will be top score so far today.
Absolutely, and we've seen from other competitors who have, Bodenstein, who been in one of the earlier Junior Grand Prix, and it is a very quick turnaround to go from back-to-back events. Incredibly difficult, and it's distinctly possible that Nikolai will have had very few run-throughs, if any, from the last time that he performed his free skate in Ostrava, but buoyed, I'm sure, by the medal that he secured there to give even more conviction here. And he scored 71.56 last week in a short program, but the triple axel here was definitely better, and the whole conviction to the program component scores looked like somebody who had had a big confidence boost at their last event.
What great maturity in that transition from last week to this week, knowing that this is his last shot to earn the points required for the Grand Prix final, the Junior Grand Prix final in Italy. So that was such an important, I think he just probably responded, this is my opportunity and I need to grasp it right now. And so far in this competition, he certainly did that. We'll see a pretty big score coming up here. Beautiful elements, wonderful quality.
Absolutely, and the ice coverage and drawback on the landing of that triple loop since the triple toe loop, just fabulous. And the landing of the triple loop, I've written down at least +3 for me. Just everything that the judges want to see. There was good height, good length, and effortlessness to it. Good takeoff, good landing. It is a beautiful landing position.
Well, all the GOEs in the system are obviously in the pluses, and one in +2 and 2 items in +1.5. So let's take a look at the score. I think he'll be pleased. Season's best. There he is. He's looking like, really? 18.04 for Nikolai Mamola. What a great score. What a great skate. A great talent. And there's the look at the leaderboard, top 5 so far. Well, next up, a young skater from Georgia, 14-year-old Constantine Super Touch. First Junior Grand Prix season. Was 22nd at the Junior World Championship last season.
And Constantine will skate to Jumpman Quintet.
Well, nice skate by Constantine Super Touch from Georgia, 14 years old. And a nice, tidy program, Mark.
That's it. Good adjective to describe it. Tidy, clean, well-trained, well-taught. And a good package from which to develop and move forward from here, I am sure. And we've remarked in the women's competition how we will get to see skaters developing for potentially longer in the junior ranks, given the age restriction or age changes into the senior competition. And that will apply to Constantine. And I look forward to seeing the development of what is already a very good starting point in this skater.
Yeah, also there's a lot of growth and strength to be gained over the next few years for this young man, and you'll just see that basic, well-taught skating basics just continue to improve. And he had, I don't know how he got that double toe loop off the triple lutz back. We don't actually have the replays, but if you remember back, he snuck the free leg back just in time to get the pick in and get around 2 rotations. Yeah, minus 2E for sure, but still managed to complete the combination. So important.
I completely agree. That's a skater who is well trained and who knows the value of points and who was not going to forgo getting that extra, I think 1.3 for the double toe, or getting the value of the combination. Kudos to him.
And you can see him just quietly looking forward. Not much being said at the kiss and cry there. And interesting, always very interesting to watch the different reactions in the kiss and cry. Sometimes there's discussion, sometimes there's animation, sometimes there's laughing, sometimes there's crying.
Not much here.
Not much here.
Not much going here, though.
Pretty quiet here. Looking straight forward and taking it all in.
Georgia has had a successful day in the women's competition. Inga Gorgonitsa, she I think is lying in 5th place in the women's event. And Constantine looks, I think it'll be a top 10 place for Constantine. We'll see how the judges review it.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Short program scores for Constantine 57.11. So far, that puts him in the top 10. We'll see what happens with the remaining skaters as he sits currently in 9th place.
Still not much reaction to go with there.
Nope. Boy, he should play poker or something because you can't read that face. Lee. 14-year-old Yanghao Lee from New Zealand, born in Beijing, China. Now skates for New Zealand.
And we get to hear some Frank Sinatra. Let's get into That's Life.
Really love the spirit of this young man skating, just free and open and good energy throughout the program and great attack.
Yeah, stylistically really pleasing skater. And to me, some fabulous spinning as well. Not the skate he would have been hoping for, but to me, a real talent.
Well, you can see the jumping skills are there. The mechanics on the takeoff, gets good air, hangs in the air long enough to get around. Just the check out coming out of the jumps, always a little bit off. Sometimes in a competition when you're excited, you have more energy, more height, more speed than you normally have. He's just sorting that out. He's just 14 years old and first junior Grand Prix, so lots to work on. But you can see the physical talent and also the connection to the music and performance level as well.
Yeah, and Yanghao, he another skater that competed at the Sea Open Trophy in Singapore just last week, so he's doing a lot of travel. It's now coming up for 9:10 in the evening here in Riga, coming towards the end of the event, and that for a 14-year-old who's done all of that travel and all of the high of competing last week, is a lot to process and comprehend to get in the right brain space and body space to deliver a great skate. So again, all learning, experience and opportunity.
Now, just to lead the audience, you may have more information than I do on this, but our next skater, Connor Bray from Great Britain, he has been helping the skater from Hong Kong because their skates didn't arrive. Is he still going to lend him his skates?
Yeah, as far as I know, the word on the street here is that Connor will come off the ice straight after his performance, take his skates off, and hand them to Chiu-Hei Chung from Hong Kong, who has just one skater in between them to put the skates on and try and acclimatise to new skates, which is something I have certainly never seen in all my skating years.
Wonderful sportsmanship indeed, no question. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Yanghao Lee from New Zealand. 54 points, that's 13th in the short program. Good job and lots of talent in this young man. It'll be fun watching him develop over the next couple seasons. There's the young man skating next. Will hand his skates to another competitor to follow. Connor Bray, 19 years old from Great Britain, first junior Grand Prix season, second event, 18th in Courchevel, week 1.
Connor will skate to stage 5 blues.
19-year-old Connor Bray from Great Britain, just excellent jump technique, Mark. Just beautiful opening combination, triple toe, hung on to the triple loop, takeoff edge too long. Unfortunately, that went down, but overall, really a very strong technical skate.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you say, the triple combination at the beginning had such length through both parts of the combination. It's always so nice to see. Much better performance than that which Connor had in Courchevel just 2 weeks ago. There's a couple more weeks of training under his belt, the experience of being in France and turning what was a negative grade of execution on the double axel there into a much better element towards the end of the program here.
And you can see this young man coming off the ice, taking his skates off so quickly to hand to the final skater. We have one in between, but the final skater will be from Hong Kong, and he desperately needs his skates because they didn't arrive. What a kind gesture by this young man, Connor Bray.
Absolutely, and we can acknowledge the fact that Connor's likely to get maybe 5-6 points higher than what he did 2 weeks ago, which is good and great, and I'm pleased for him, but I think the greatest respect to him as a human and as a competitor. And you've mentioned, Ted, about how parents can look at their child and be incredibly proud of what they've done on the ice, but gosh, that's something to be beyond proud of for Connor's family and seeing what he's doing here.
One of the great things about sport, and particularly on the Junior Grand Prix, these young athletes learning that to be helpful and supportive of their competitors. And you see that in spades here with Connor offering the skates, and not sure where the costume is coming from, but I know that this young man is going to get a chance to skate in just a few moments after our next skater up from Japan. So what an interesting story, and a great moment of pride for Connor Bray offering to help out.
Absolutely. Champions in life, for sure. That's a real life champion decision there. And I don't know how it transpired. I'm not quite sure, but we just know that the final skater from Hong Kong skates haven't arrived. It happened before Courchevel for one of the skaters in the women's event, but Connor stepping up.
Season's best, 46.39 for Connor, and that'll put him currently into 20th place. But on the podium, as far as I'm concerned, for sportsmanship.
Completely agree.
There you go. Well, the pressure of skating for Japan for Suto, 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix season, second to last skater here in the short program. Well, lots to talk about with this young man, Sudoi Suto of Japan. Wonderful skating skills, all directions with security and style. Beautiful arms throughout the program, particularly in the beginning. Amazing base of skating skills, Mark.
Absolutely, and it's interesting you mentioned the multi-directional skating, and I was just conscious that he was doing right forward outside twizzles with such comfort and ease, and as we've said before, and we know that skaters tend to be very one-sided, and he demonstrated great ability to rotate both directions so comfortably. And I'm not sure about you, Ted, but initially I thought that it wasn't the same level of skating skill as Nikolai Mamola, but as the program progressed, I actually now think program component scores, maybe skating skills were better for Suto. Maybe not so much the composition of the program, particularly because of the mistake that was made, but no doubt.
Yeah, I would say the composition maybe not, but the skating skills grew throughout the program.
Yes.
He had to get those elements done, and of course he made a mistake. That affects you mentally, thinking, oh, well, maybe it's not quite as strong. But after that problem, you saw the skating skills continued to grow throughout the program, and beautiful ice coverage. And as I said, he would just turn either direction just on a dime so quickly.
Yeah.
And that's what you're looking for.
And that's not a comment or statement you would often make, that the skating skills grew as the program went on. Most skaters, they fatigue and the skating skills and the ice coverage diminishes, but must train very hard. Sudoi Suto from Japan.
I thought also his reaching out of his upper body and the use of the arms in the beginning was really caught my eye. I thought, well, okay, this is more of an all-round skater, not just a technical skater. And so there's growth to come in both sides, and there's no question. But already he has a balance, if you will, of technical and program component skating.
And when I saw the music, Josh Groban, it's such emotive, passionate music, and yet he lived up to that. I agree with you completely. And I actually would go so far as to say that his presentation and his emotional commitment was better than Shunsuke Nakamura and Nozomu Yoshioka, who have won the first two Grand Prix. Obviously, they delivered more technically, but testament to the potential of Suto.
Isn't it interesting? It comes down to, in particular in a country like Japan, it comes down to the technical element, because the basis of their skating is all, I don't want to say the same, they're all that good.
Yes.
And their connection with the music's that good. I mean, they're all-round skaters all the way from number 1 down to probably number 15.
Yeah.
So it's a battle. You make one mistake and you're probably out of the game in Japan. So you can't afford that mistake, and this young man did make a mistake here. It will hurt him, but it won't put him out of reach, I don't think.
You mentioned that about the top 15. Suto, he actually placed 16th at Junior Nationals in November 2021. So, that just gives you an indication of the depth of talent and quality in Japan that this amazing skater we just witnessed was 16th last year.
That was a good guess on my part.
It wasn't a guess.
I thought I went as low as I could go, but I could go lower, right? If you were to watch training sessions and learning to skate sessions in Japan, you'll see that they start from the basics, and there's no, hey, I want to do this, I want to do that. No, you're going to learn to skate first. That's what you're going to do, and then from there, all the skills become a lot easier because you have confidence in your basic balance, your basic skating skills, and leaping in the air seems, less risky, if you will, because you've got the basic skating skills down.
Absolutely, and as we've remarked before, for these, again, I don't want to make sweeping generalizations, but boys like to jump and they love to have the athleticism and the excitement of jumping, but they have information and coaching staff that know the absolute need and necessity for the fundamentals to be done.
Well, those skaters listening to this broadcast who want to be at the Junior Grand Prix, move into international competition, you need to make sure that you take the time, even ask your coaches, I want more work on my skating skills. I want to have that type of skating at that level of the Japanese and the Koreans, as well as many other countries around the world. 69.64 for Sudoi Suto of Japan. Look pretty happy in the kiss and cry with that score, even with that error. And here's the young man who does not have his own skates, does not have his own costume. You're looking at a skater, or like any athlete, without their equipment, in foreign territory, traveling all that way around the world to Hai Chung skating to never enough. I admire this young man's courage. Well, Mark, that's really quite extraordinary in many ways. The edge jumps with someone else's boots are the most difficult because that edge is such a fine cutting edge, and it's hard to adjust to that balance. The toe jumps, though, a little bit easier. He delivered a beautiful triple toe.
Absolutely, and the fall on the bracket turn in the step sequence, I could be 99.99% confident that that is a reaction to wearing somebody else's skates. And the fact that he was able to deliver what he did, not only what he did in terms of managing the triple, but managing emotionally and mentally to put yourself out there as hard enough as it is without your skates. But all respect to him for giving it a go. Total respect.
And that in that double axel near the end of the program, you could tell he shoved that edge a little bit in order to have some security rather than a clean edge takeoff.
Yeah.
Because you can't control those clean edges as much on that. Just remarkable. When I was trying to think of an analogy, what it would be like, and okay, this is a silly analogy, people will laugh at me or whatever, but have you ever seen those videos where they have animals like a cat or a dog and they put little booties on them? And the animal can't walk. They can't walk like normal because it feels all awkward. So if you put something foreign on your feet, and then you've got to go do a jump at 15 kilometers an hour and launch yourself into the air, that's hard enough in your own boots, let alone someone else's. It's just extraordinary.
Like, my mind boggles at the bravery. And then even, like, things I was noticing when he was doing the flying camel spin, like, he's wearing somebody else's costume. It was riding up. Like, even, I mean, amazing that somebody's been kind enough to give him the costume, but then the discomfort of worrying about, your costume riding up, that in itself, that's another factor that's something to contend with. So he's had heaps of pressure.
Well, this sport in general, even many things in life teach you lessons. How to cope. in unusual circumstances, and this young man just graduated from this course very, very nicely. 45.89 for Yu-Hsiang from Hong Kong, 22nd in the short program.
Now, the only thing with that, Ted, is that then he is back-to-back with Conor Bray, 21st and 22nd, and yet it's Conor's skates that he used to compete here, so I wonder how that'll thrash out in the free skate.
We're going to find out.
Yeah.
Episode 2 about to happen in the free program.
Well, that concludes a fantastic day of skating, the first day of competition at Riga Cup 2022. Thank you, Ted, so much for joining us and staying up through the night to commentate on this event.
Absolutely my pleasure, and glad that you're there at ringside as we take a look at the final standings. Nikolai Mamola of Italy takes the lead, a big lead, 83.05, as he wins the short program going into the free. And Mark, thank you so much for all your brilliant work and your reporting and your, doing the interviews. I know what it's like when you're at the rink. Really appreciate your brilliant work. Thank you so much for all your help.
Oh, bless you. My detective duties will continue. I'll see what I can get for tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, and thank you for our fans from around the world for joining us. Mark, you take it away. Sign off.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Tomorrow, we will see more coverage from Riga Cup 2022. Make sure you're tuning in to the International Skating Union's Junior Grand Prix YouTube channel, and we look forward to sharing more with you tomorrow.